Hello and welcome to another stream of the original Until Dawn, the one that was done by Supermassive, continuing celebration of the game's 10th anniversary, also as part of October Horror Month as well. Hey there, Inmita, welcome dude. I'm doing pretty well. It's a bit hot here at the moment though. It's really annoying. If it's this hot already in spring here, it's going to be very hot in summer, I imagine, which will be the next season that we have over Christmas time and the new year. But otherwise, going well though. How about yourself? So I'll just put that command in there and also pin it to the top of chat. I'm starting to get used to and into a system with using my mobile for pretty much everything. I've got tabs that I've kept open for various things so I can just quickly access them. And things that I could just normally do very quickly with just a few clicks on Twitch, I now need to swap between different modes and everything. I can't actually directly pin messages in the mobile Twitch app, so I actually have to go into my browser and then open up the browser version of my dashboard and then go to my message and then press it and then press the pin button. There we go. That should now be pinned to the top of chat. I hope. You never know with these things sometimes. Now the phone is connecting to chat again. There we go. Inmita, good to hear. You're doing well. You just arrived at work. Oh yeah, you almost forgot that it'll be summer for you. Well, that's good, Inmita. I hope that work goes well. Hope you had a great end of your, well, not the end of your playthrough of Origins, but I hope you had a good rest of the stream. I pretty much passed out. I was so tired. I'm like, oh, I just need to go to sleep right now. It was just one of those things where it's like, I can't stay awake longer. Um, but yeah, that's true. It'll be summer next up, which is my least favorite season. Okay, so I'll just set things up here before we jump into it. And Meta, that's totally fair. Origins went well. You completed the game, and you will start the DLCs next week. GG's, dude. That's great. That's good that you got the main story done, and all the side missions too. It's definitely a relief, because there's definitely a lot as well, but a different relief, unlike Valhalla, where where it's like you're relieved because it's finally over. But with Origins, it's a relief that you've put the time into the content and you've enjoyed it, and so it's a relief to have it done, so you can then move on to other stuff. That's okay, dude. No worries at all. So, with this playthrough, where are we up to? All right. So, we're up to the third pass through now of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. This has actually turned out to be my most time-consuming but also ambitious music-only playthrough to date. And I've done quite a lot of games with this kind of focus now. And thank you, phone, for telling me there's a system update. I don't care at the moment. We did one pass-through. We did a second pass-through. Now we're up to the third pass-through. This one is going to be different to the previous two, though, because we're not going all the way back to the start of the game, but rather we're going into an early chapter. However, there will be a fourth pass through the game, where we do have to start from the start again. But this third pass through is to restart from chapter 5 and get Sam to actually survive the longest that she can. Well, not survive, but make it through as long as she can in the sequence where she's being chased by the psycho, to show what happens if earlier in the story you had Chris shoot the squirrel, which then meant Sam got attacked by a bird, leaving an injury on her forehead. That later on gets reopened, which then prevents you from escaping Josh, even if you do everything right in the sequence. I want to cover that because last time I didn't. But also in the other chapters to follow, there are going to be some other different choices I want to make too, because I may as well. And one of them is to actually attack the elk on the cliff when Emily and Matt are facing off against them. There's a QTE you have to survive because he gets knocked off the cliff, and then you have to complete all the QTEs to get him back up on solid ground again. Messing any of them up though, and he dies. And if that happens, well, I just got to accept it, because you can only go back into a previous chapter once you've finished the game. As soon as you go into any chapter you've already done, once you've finished the game, all the other chapters afterwards get deleted, because the idea is that going back to a specific chapter means that potentially you're going to choose something different. So the game is like, the future hasn't happened yet. So if we mess up on Matt surviving the fall, then in the fourth pass through, I'm going to have to make sure that I actually get it done as well. So that's what we're dealing with here. But the goal ultimately is this time around to get it so that Matt survives, and also to get Jess to survive so that the two of them meet up later, and then have both of them survive that, and then get all the other characters through as well. So that's what this pass through is going to be. Restart from chapter 5. Don't get caught by Sam until the ultimate point where you do get caught, if you've shot the squirrel as Chris in chapter 1 and all that kind of stuff. Make sure that this time Matt doesn't actually get killed. And I've worked out, looking at a guide, why he got killed last time and why he didn't have the flare. But I'll talk more about that when we actually get to that point. So I want to make sure of that too. And everyone still has to survive at the end of the game story. In Mita, you have only one side quest left. It's one of those quests that you forgot it becomes available just before you go to kill Flavius. You wanted to do that quest before killing Flavius, but it was growing late, so you were like, I'll just go kill Flavius and do this quest later on. That's the other thing too. You just reminded me, like, did you come across the side quest about the cats in Alexandria? Because that's a side quest that also doesn't actually pop up. You would think it would become available once the story first takes you to Alexandria, but it doesn't actually unlock until later in the story. Basically, there's been some dead cats that have been discovered. So I don't know if if you did that quest, but that's somewhere in Alexandria. I think it's near like a bridge over water. Oh, you did that in Mita? You did that on your way to meet Aya? Oh, very nice. Oh, cool. So it can appear earlier than that. That's cool. Well, that's good. And Mita, I hope it will go as you planned. Me too, as well. If this was one of the Dark Pictures games, I'd be able to make multiple saves and use a save file initially that had all the chapters already done, and then just go into an earlier chapter, make a new save, and then so on and so forth. So we go to episodes, and we go to episode 5. Sleep 6 hours until dawn. Alright, so I can talk a lot more over stuff in this pass through. So essentially in chapter 5, this whole part with Mike, there are some things I'm going to do differently, but they're not really major things, but I want to just still do them differently. Alright, let's get a closer look. Alright, let's go. Come on, hurry up. Come on, Mike, what are you doing? Idiot, gotta hurry. Alright, so this time around we're going to completely ignore the bear trap. I don't need to cover both variations now. If you examine the bear trap, you get the option of just slicing Mike's fingers off, or you get the option of trying to free his fingers. And you have to do multiple attempts of that, because every time he tries, he breaks a part of the machete. And once you've chosen all the choices of trying to trying to open the trap, he'll finally get his fingers released, but the machete will be completely useless. So I've already shown that and him cutting off his fingers, so we can just completely bypass it this time. Inmates, you didn't do the quest given by the guy that informs you where Flavius is. You forgot his name. You wanted to do his quest after killing Flavius, but it wasn't available anymore. For a moment, you thought you failed it, but it appeared again after you completed the main story. Well, that's good that it did, as well. And yeah, I still can't remember the character's name either. Hey there, Not Fry. How's things? And me to that ending, though, of Origins. It's so well made. It's a mix of emotions as well. It well and truly is. There's so many different aspects to it as well. Like, you have two people who still very much love each other, but they've realized that for the greater good of things, they need to sacrifice that and make sure that Chemu's death was not in vain, and that they can continue forward and make sure that nothing like that ever happens again. Which obviously is literally impossible, but it's just the mindset and the goal and objective to try and make sure that that stuff doesn't happen again. And if it does, well, it's Hidden Blade time. And then you've got Bayek coming to terms with the fact that they're not parents anymore, you know. But at the same time, Bayek still maintains his fatherness, you know. That's just something that's naturally a part of him, you know. But in terms of like him and Aya as a couple and as parents. They're no longer parents anymore, you know. So there's also that as well. The music is just so epic too. Like I'm getting chills just even thinking about it. That's how powerful Sarah Schachner's music is. But it's also the performances as well. At the end of the day, we know it's just pixels on a screen, but it's the performances that help bring out the emotion, and it's also the music that's like an icing on top that just makes the whole thing so good. It really is not Fry. Origins is so good. For me, it still hasn't been beaten by any of the other games that have come out since. Things are good. Still playing Yotai. How are you today? Oh, that's nice, not Fry. Glad to hear that things are good. What are you up to in Yotai at the moment? Are you doing main stuff or side stuff? As for me, I'm doing really well today. This is another pass through of Until Dawn, doing different things. Some things that I haven't done yet, just in case there's music related to them, but also things I need to redo that I fucked up last time. It makes it very true. Absolutely. It also adds more sort of like, well, it adds an extra layer of sort of like unfortunate element because we never got to see another game in the series with them as the focus, you know. Not right, hell yeah. You're doing a lot of side stuff at the moment. Oh, very nice. That's cool. That's good too, as well. I imagine, like with the previous game, the activities that you can do can also help give you various sort of like um, increases, like in health and all that kind of stuff. It's so funny with this game because at several points, Mike's lantern actually glitches and goes haywire. And Mitch, you're almost crying when you go to put Hepzibah to rest and you react a few times with his mummy, and Bayek will say different things with an almost crying voice. Oh yeah, dude. If there was one thing that I wish they had more of, was more quests with Hepzibah. That would have been really cool, because that would have also given incentive to go back to Siwa outside of the story points. Hey, Keone. How's things? Hope things are going well. So in this pass through, we're not going to interact with this trap. I've already interacted with it on two different pass throughs and shown either options. And Mita, yeah, we're about to say the same thing. He should have had a quest line. Absolutely, for sure. Not that they would, but if they ever were to do some extra story elements for Origins, I think that would be really cool. I mean, they've done it for Odyssey. Added a whole new quest line when they did that crossover with Valhalla. You can have, well, it's only Cassandra, which is an extra confirmation that she's the canon Eagle Bearer, but there's a vacation that she can take. I really like this game's music. I mean, I wouldn't be putting this much time and effort into it if I didn't. But there's so many great pieces. And I'm sure for people who've only played the remake, with all the music that's in that, which is different, then it might become a thing where if you play this version, you might be like, this music's not good, which is fair enough, you know. But if you've played the original and you really like the music, it feels weird knowing that in the remake there's none of it. It'd be like if they remade the Resident Evil games, like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, and they didn't have, like, any even resemblance to some stuff. I mean, obviously, those remakes also have new music, but they've also got some music that has elements of the original. So maybe that's not a great example to use. Or imagine if they remade Silent Hill 1 and there was like nothing of the original game's music. It'd be like, what the hell? But I doubt that will happen because I think Akira Yamaoka will also do the music for that too. Oh no, we already went through there. Okay, so this time around we're not going to hit the wolf. I've already shown what happens if you do. And, you know, any music that there might be. See? There's Mike's lantern going crazy. Must have been the wind. Alright, we definitely need to give the wolf a treat. I mean, you don't have to. But also, if you like achievements and trophies, then there's one for giving the wolf a bone out of this box here. Last time as well, the wolf died. So this time I'm going to try and make sure that that doesn't happen. So we can cover the music that might potentially be different. Because that's the thing. I mean, ultimately, if you listen to the music at all the different choices side by side, the music might actually just be the same. But in case it isn't, I still want to actually do things different. Get different combinations of things. Alright, we need to go back this way and get the jacket and also get the gun. In Meteor, you encountered a bug though when you were about to go and fight Septimius as Bayek. For some reason, the game made Bayek go in one direction that had nothing to do with the story. You tried turning back, but it would just turn the camera around. It was so annoying. In the end, you were like, fine, go wherever you want. In the end, you just went to the not available area and got desynchronized. You think the game forgot that you had to fight the elephant first and then go after Septimius. That's definitely a strange and annoying bug as well. I don't remember that happening in one of my playthroughs, so just goes to show that some of these bugs in these games can just be randomized. Dr. Darling, you have exactly 10 minutes before you start preparing for work. That is totally fair, for sure. Thank you for redeeming those impressions. I'll have to actually go to the browser version because for some reason the Twitch app version won't tell me which was which. Alright, so we have the Arnie impression. Hang on, be right back. Alright, so I've edited the layout of my dashboard on the desktop version on mobile of the app. Ugh, jeez, I fucking tell you what. Okay, so first up we have an Arnie impression and then a Bane one. All right, here we go. I said to my wife, there's only one thing that scares me during Halloween. She said, which is, I said, exactly. That's a very crafty one about a witch. Dr. Darling, thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression.
I asked my dad why he decided to buy a boat. He said there was a sale.
Thank you for redeeming those, Dr. Darling. And now switching back to the Twitch app, which then automatically puts me back to the Who's Live stream. Then now I have to actually swipe up and then choose my own stream. And then I have to wait for that to load. And then if I want to go into mod view chat, I have to press the open button when it tells me access more things in mod tools, blah, 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 blah. And then now it will actually load up the chat window. I mean, why are these things designed to be so fucking pedantic and give you 50 extra steps in between? Like, why can't it just fucking leave things the way I leave it so that when I switch back to it, it's already like the way I left it, not having to redo everything all over again? Dr. Darling, you'll be back in a few hours. No worries at all, Dr. Darling. Hope that work goes well. And Mita, welcome to the mobile way of things. Exactly, dude. It's just like utterly ridiculous as well. And I've got this notepad program and it keeps wanting me to buy a subscription to it. I'm like, it's a fucking notepad. Like, why do you want me to subscribe to your app, which is a notepad? I may as well get a fucking pen and a real notepad so I don't have to fucking put up with this pay membership and then you switch back to it on the app anyway and it's gone, you know? It'd be like if in real life someone came along and just erased everything you wrote on a real notepad every time you looked away and then looked back. Then you had to rewrite everything again. Yeah, and Mitra, exactly. It's like what? It's just a notepad app. It's not like, some big major thing that needs to be subscribed to. It's like, come on, how much stuff do people need to pay for just to use basic things? You know what I mean? It'd be like if you had to pay a fee every time you put some clothes on that you already owned. It's like, in order to wear these clothes, you need to also make sure you pay a monthly subscription fee or a daily subscription fee or a fucking hourly subscription fee or something. Yeah, Keone, geniuses in their own minds, I guess. And Mita, who uses it anyway? Yeah, that's the other thing too, And it wasn't like that before. Like the same notepad app that I was using months and months ago that didn't have this shit, now it has it. It's like, come on, seriously? If it was a notepad and a diary calendar, like, if it was that and also a diary you could write in and all that shit, then maybe, perhaps. But still, I'd be like, no. So we pretty much just need to do what we need to do as Mike until we get switched to Matt and Emily. And I've also tried to connect my mobile to my television. Um, I even bought like a adapter for the USB to HDMI, and it seems to be one of those phones that doesn't have that capability. So for the phone I've got, you need to have a television that has Wi-Fi, essentially. And my television doesn't have Wi-Fi. I think something I've noticed too, which is annoying, is I don't think it's putting in or remembering what the previous comments were, connecting to chat. Welcome to the chat room. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me to my own chat. Thank you. Nice one, Mike. In Meter, it's a pain to connect it anyway because you need a code and then some other extra steps and all that. They're probably extra steps that could be either eliminated entirely or reduced drastically. But they're like, no, we need to keep in as many different steps that you need to do extra as possible. Alright, so this choice thing here, it doesn't ultimately matter. I've already shown different variations as well. But I think it's just quicker to agree to put the axe through the door instead of doing the other option because it only just leads to using the axe in the door anyway. I think it would have been cool if there was an option, if like for the game to recognize you've already actually played through, where you could actually fast forward all dialogue interactions between characters up until the next choice that isn't timed or isn't a QTE. And then if there is a QTE or if there's a time choice, then you can't fast forward to that point. Plus, it'd be funny to see the characters go all over the place very quickly. Actually, be more like. Unfollow. Admit the only times you have connected your phone to your TV were when you wanted to listen to some music on YouTube, but at the same time doing other stuff on your phone since it's not possible to listen to music on YouTube after you jump to another app. Oh yeah, that was really annoying. You'd think that they would make it so that you could just do that, and also if you just turned your mobile off, not like shut it down, but just turn the screen off and then put it in your pocket or something for it to just keep playing the music. Yeah, Mita. So funny hearing things being said in chipmunk voices. in my previous pass through, we chose disagree. And I thought at the time that choosing disagree was one of the things that prevented Matt from actually having the flare gun. But disagreeing means that when the flare gun is discovered and you get the choice to give it to him, if you give it to him and earlier you disagreed as Matt, then he won't fire the flare gun straight away. But if you agree as Matt, then if you choose Emily to give him the flare gun, he'll shoot it automatically. So that's what prevented him from getting the flare gun in my previous pass through. So we need to disagree so that when I give him the flare gun as Emily, he won't actually fire it off straight away, and he'll have it on him when he gets attacked by the Wendigo, which will then allow him to survive. That's where I went wrong in the previous pass through. So we're going to choose disagree again, but this time when we get to the point where we can give him the flare gun, we'll give it to him. It's funny, Emily's reaction here about, you just want to go back to the lodge. I mean, there's still traps in the lodge that Josh probably has set up, but I mean, he doesn't have anything set up that is intended to actually kill. Granted, there are some things that could have gone wrong, which Josh didn't actually take into consideration. For example, what if there was something wrong with the blanks he put into the gun that he gave Chris? What if there was some misfire or something went wrong? Then either Chris or Ashley would have ended up dying, Plus the other thing is too, and obviously this is a video game, so they need to make sure that everything is scripted out to match certain things. But in reality, who knows what all these characters might do in any given situation that they're presented with. So there's still a lot of risk in what Josh was setting up for it to go wrong. But ultimately, there's nothing that Josh sets up that actually causes death, although you could maybe say indirectly. Versus directly as well. But that's also the unpredictability of reality. Which these games try to emulate, but only to a point. It can be impressive how many different paths they give players to navigate through in terms of like decisions and stuff. But to try and actually make it 100% realistic as to how probability really works in real life, like, you'd have to sacrifice so much stuff to even potentially get that outcome. You'd probably have to make the game's graphics so basic that the processing power doesn't struggle at all with anything related to that. But yeah, there's just so many things that go wrong. Like, there could be a wild animal that just comes out right now and just attacks Matt here, like something could fall from a tree and hit any of the characters on the head as well. This snow could get heavier and they get trapped and they get, buried in snow. Like, that could happen too. This thing could just crumble that they're walking on. Like, there's just so much stuff. Like, you think about things in real life that have lasted for a long time, but that just makes the probability that they're going to fail eventually even higher as time goes on or wear out. There's only so many times a structure can bear the weight, like a bridge, for example. And without actual care and repair and maintenance and all that kind of stuff, eventually it would get to the point where the bridge could collapse. But all these little decisions, like someone deciding to have a drink or not before going to their job, and then actually getting the drink could put them in a scenario that they didn't expect. Whereas if they didn't go for the drink, they would be able to go directly to work. There's just so many different things that can happen in real life, and these games do try to emulate some of that, but it'd be impossible to do it to that same extent. Okay, so we switch back to Sam. Okay, so this whole part is where we get to where I need to be on top of things and make sure I do certain things to get the outcome that I need. Okay, so in this pass through, I have to do everything the same that I did in the previous pass through, except the final decision I need to make in this chase sequence is to hide instead of run. Because Chris shot the squirrel and Sam got an injury on her forehead, it means in this sequence she's going to reopen that wound. So the ultimate decision to hide will still mean she gets captured. But I wanted to cover that part just in case there was music that's different compared to actually surviving, as in getting through the section without being captured early or at all. Just want to pause there for a second. I didn't actually mean to hide. Good thing I had Sam interact with the baseball bat earlier and keep it so that she could then use it there. So that still worked out fine, but that's not what I intended, but it still worked out fine, thankfully, in the end. I was supposed to run instead, but I don't mind doing that now because then that covers any music that might happen doing that. Now we reach the point where last time I chose to run, but this time I need to choose hide. Because Sam has the injury to her forehead, she's still going to get captured by Josh. But I wanted to get to that ultimate point this time around, just in case there's any different music for that part. Okay, so Sam's injury gets opened up again. If you want to avoid that, you need to make sure you don't shoot the squirrel as Chris. Alright, there we go. That's the outcome that I wanted. If Sam doesn't have the injury on her forehead, if you choose to hide in that moment, it'll give you the option to have her turn her flashlight off, which it doesn't give you if you've had Chris shoot the squirrel and she gets the injury on her forehead earlier. So there we go. That's what I wanted to do last time but didn't do. I'll just switch back to the Twitch app now and respond to chat if there's any new chat messages. I don't think I've had this screen on with Josh wearing the psycho mask yet. Hello there, Extreme. Good morning to you. I hope things are going well. And me too, you know it looked funny meeting Caesar without a bath, wearing a bath towel. That's the funny thing about the playthrough you're doing, where Bayek is just wearing the bath towel around his waist the whole time. All these serious sort of like scenes and moments of him wearing that. Yeah, Mitra, it's a good feeling to get an outcome that you're after. There's more different outcomes I need to get as we go through after chapter 5 as well. But it's good to cover that. I don't know if the music is different in those spots that I did differently to last time or not, but just in case they were, wanted to cover it anyway. That's a cool emote in Meta. I don't have it active at the moment, but I've got a bath towel Bayek emote. It's just him wearing the bath towel around his head. I didn't need to worry about choosing anything differently with these Dr. Hill sessions. Whichever choice I feel like in this pass through. Yeah, me too. Yeah, there was a screenshot that I found with him wearing the bath towel around his head. So I thought, oh, that'd be perfect for a bath towel emote. In my previous two pass-throughs, I've chosen just to basically not attack the elk. But this time around, I want to do that to cover any music that might play. Okay, so we're now up to chapter 6. Alright, so this is going to be tricky. Matt will either die here because I'll mess up one of the QTEs when he falls off, or he'll survive. Let's see how it goes. This is actually a really great atmospheric piece of music. I've already covered it in a previous pass through and listened to it, but it became one of my favorite sort of tracks. Alright, so that is what happens if you attack, but also if you do all the QTEs correctly. In my fourth pass through, what I'll do is attack, but then I'll fail the QTE. But I think I want to fail the QTE right at the final one, where Emily is holding her hand out. But that'll be the next pass through. For this pass through, I wanted to show that variation and cover the music. This particular piece of music that I stopped to listen to after all that, I wasn't sure if it was new, so I just thought I'd wait until I recognized a portion of it to wait for it to loop next time. Hey there, criminals. Welcome on in. Your collar is blue, but your neck is red. Is it? Did you get sunburned or something? I hate getting sunburned around the neck and stuff. Keone, you ever just window shop, but wanting to buy the store's actual windows? Can't say that I have, Keone, no. Haven't done that kind of window shopping, like the literal kind. It's like, nice window you've got there in your display. Where'd you get it from? In Meta, you also learn that if you stay close to Septimius when you fight him as Aya, he won't do that annoying spinning attack that lasts for hours until he gets tired. You died the first time you fought him. The second time, you just stayed close and kept attacking, while also dodging, and was able to defeat him without losing much health. For the first time, you also passed the whole stealth section without getting detected. GG's on that in Meta, because that can be very tricky in games like Origins, because they're not necessarily built for stealth only approaches sometimes as well, and it's very, very tricky. But that's really cool. And I don't think I knew that about Septimius actually. If you stay close to him, that he won't do that annoying spinning attack. It's interesting the things that you can find out too when you do things slightly differently than what you might have done before. And Mita, yeah, you were surprised as well. It can be funny too sometimes because you think you might be doing something wrong, but it ends up being something that leads to a different path that could have some cool stuff to it as well. Okay, switching back to my notepad on my phone, which of course means it has to tell me again about. Okay, so this is the thing, right? This notepad that I've got. Enjoy the app ad-free. No ads, smooth and note-taking experience. So for 1 month, it's $5.49. For a year plan, it's $34.99. For a notepad, I might add. Fuck off. I ain't paying anything for that. But seriously, I may as well just get like a notepad and a pen and just use that. It'll be quicker, plus there's no ads that will pop up for it. Alright, so this is the outcome that I need to get for this pass through. When we get to the radio tower, we need to get the flare gun, and we need to give the flare gun to Matt. If earlier, as Matt, you chose to agree with Emily to go to the radio tower, then as Emily, when she has the flare gun, if you give it to Matt, he'll fire it straight away. However, if you disagree as Matt to go to the radio tower, then as Emily, if you give him the flare gun, he won't shoot it, which means later he can survive the Wendigo. In my previous pass through, I didn't realize that choosing agree was the right way to go about it. I thought that agree might be the right way to go about it, but disagree instead. So we'll get the flare gun, and we'll give it to Matt. And because we disagreed earlier as Matt, he won't fire the flare gun straight away. Now switching back to the Twitch app, which has reset everything, so I need to go to my own stream being broadcast live, click on it, and then wait for it to load. And then if I want to go into mod view, press open, and then wait for it to load. Oh man, I can't wait till I have access to desktop again. Keone shaking my head, a plan for a notepad? Like what? Exactly, Keone. It's like, what the fuck? What? I mean, it would have to be a pretty special notepad app to actually warrant even paying it. Like, it better do your taxes for you. It better be like a calendar for you. It should have like an automated voice that actually reminds you of things when you open it in case there's something you've forgotten that day. It's like, by the way, you have an appointment. Like, it better do that kind of shit. But this notepad doesn't do that. So it's like, you'll be paying for nothing. In fact, it'd be probably cheaper to buy a cheap notepad and a cheap pen, and that will be fine instead of having to pay monthly. Hello there, Afro. Hope things are going well. May the father of Arnie impressions guide us. I think it would be cool to have Arnie actually be in something Assassin's Creed related, even if it's that TV series or something. I mean, I wouldn't expect him to be an Italian. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what time period they're covering in that Netflix series. But if they had a game set in Austria, then, it'd be cool to have him be like an assassin. Afro, you going good? Excellent. That's great to hear, Afro. Mentor Arnold. Exactly. Yeah, that'd be an interesting role for him. It's like there's a new assassin recruit who's a bit hesitant to do a leap of faith, and then it could be like, come on, do it now! Jump! The haystack is there! Keone leap of balls. What I think would be cool if there was, and they could probably do this in the remake maybe, but have it so that if you're in this screen and you actually say the character's name into your microphone, it actually makes them look at the camera. I think that'd be pretty cool. It's like, hey, Emily. Except actually make it an automatic thing. All right, let's continue. Afro, instead of rest in peace, is like, hasta la vista, you Templar dog. Or whatever, yeah. You definitely would have to have some kind of one-liner. At the very least, one. This type of music, I could probably see it being like something potentially, and everyone's different of course, but potentially to just have going on loop in the background while you're studying or something. I mean, there are some parts of it where it kind of flares up a little bit in overall noise, but if you're looking for something atmospheric to play in the background while you're doing something, this music could potentially be good. Put the apple down now. What do you call an actual apple in the Assassin's Creed series? An apple of Eden. Yeah, for bam. Psh. Extreme, an apple of eating. That's right, yeah. Instead of apple of Eden. Oh, Keone, is that a clip? Thank you for making that clip. Nice. Right on cue. I'll post the link in chat. Thank you very much, Keone, for clipping that moment. Keone, even though you despise Emily. Yeah, I think if there was a poll for which of the characters people hate the most or like the least, it would probably be Emily. So we go straight out here. We go around here. So this is the flare gun. So what I want to do this pass through is when we get the flare gun as Emily, actually give it to Matt. Earlier as Matt, if we disagreed to go to the tower when Emily suggested it, then if you find this flare gun as Emily and you give it to Matt, he won't fire it off. However, if you chose to agree earlier and then you give him the flare gun as Emily, he'll just fire it straight away, which will prevent him from saving himself from being killed from the Wendigo. So for this pass through, we need to make sure that Matt will survive. So we give the flare gun. There we go. So as you noticed, he put it into his pocket. Later, when he gets attacked by the Wendigo, if you make the choices from this point that lead to that, he'll have something to defend himself with and survive the encounter. No worries at all, Coyote. And it was a nice clip, Extreme. Now we go this way and we put the power on. What we need to do in the upcoming sequence 2 is we need to make sure that we have Matt try to save Emily twice, and then he'll fall down into the mine shaft The irony is that the person Emily is saying died is actually the quote-unquote killer, Josh. It's part of his prank. Not until dawn. Over. There's a similar moment in Tomb Raider 2013. Jason Graves does the music in that game too. With a character landing on glass on a weird angle. Alright, so in the previous pass through, Matt didn't have the flare gun to defend himself with. But this time around, he does. It'll make you think that he's not going to survive this encounter, but because he actually has the flare gun and he didn't actually fire it when Emily gave it to him, it means that he'll actually automatically defend himself in the cutscene. I mean, I think maybe there's a QTE, but Okay, so there we go. There was a QTE. All right, just need to check some things. Be right back. All right, so in chapter 6, for the rest of it, there's nothing major that I need to sort of like worry about getting right because they're very easy things to get right. There's one choice though I want to do differently, but ultimately the choice where Chris has to either shoot himself or Ashley, even though there's no real bullets in the gun, but they don't know that at that point. I still want to make sure that we choose Chris to shoot himself because then that'll guarantee that after we get the QTEs done as Chris when he's running back to the lodge, being chased after the Wendigo, Ashley will actually open the door for him. If you chose to shoot her, though, then when Chris gets back to the lodge door, she'll actually just lock it on him and watch as he dies out of spite. I was also looking around to see if I actually had a real notepad and pen, but I don't have an actual notepad, so. Because I was getting to the point where I'm like, I'm fucking sick of this notepad app. I'll just get a literal, real, physical one. So I'll have to get that next time, but. Oh no, you're right, Reasons. Yeah, I've only got the music track turned on, so the dialogue and sound effects is turned off. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with your setup or anything like that. Welcome on in, though. It's a playthrough to pay tribute to the music. When there's music we've already heard in the playthrough, I can talk over it and stuff. But if it's new music, then I just sort of like wait until it loops or stops. But welcome on in, Reasons. I hope things are going good. Keone, you're not tripping balls, no. Okay, so we need to interact with the little house first. Then that'll open up that picture we looked at to reveal the key behind it. Pretty much a lot of this section I've done before in a previous pass through. You know, I just had a funny thought. A Scooby-Doo video game, but like this style, where you have like dialogue choices and stuff. It was me. I was talking to you at the seance, but you wouldn't listen. I told you, run, get to the chopper. Even though there's no chopper there, but hey, you might have survived. This is fucking crazy. Hey there, Wicked Mystery, welcome. Damn Scooby-Doo horror, sheesh, that would be wild. It very much would be, as well. You could do all these, like, cool references to a lot of horror stuff. And as, like, a bit of a joke, every dialogue choice would have at least one of them be just eat something, especially if you're playing as Shaggy or Scooby. I think it's this bastard. He's just trying to fuck with our heads. He's trying to tell us he's going to come after us soon. Wicked will always remember Johnny Bravo and Scooby Doo crossover. They did a crossover episode with those two. I think at one point they were going to do a live action version of that, of Johnny Bravo, and it's going to be The Rock playing him. Can you imagine Arnie and Scooby Doo? Grab the scissors. I've already done a pass through where we use them against Josh later on, but I just want to collect it and then not use it later. I mean, there might not be any differences in the music compared to last time doing a different set of choices, but just in case. Hello, Spectrum. Welcome. It's going good. Redoing some different choices. So far, what I wanted to do differently, I've managed to do. So far, so good. You're still struggling with this infection. Well, I hope that any medication that you've got, like the antibiotics, hopefully they'll kick in. And I'm not, like I know with antibiotics you need to use them all, even if you start to feel better or get fully better. But hopefully you'll be able to get better soon, Spectrum. Spectrum, thanks. And yes, all the pills. And if these don't work, you have to go to the hospital for IV antibiotics. Hopefully, it won't come to that, and the antibiotics that you've got will do the job, Spectrum.
I know what you mean, but I mean, who knows what that would be, precious?
I've done some Arnie impressions for character dialogue. I may as well do some Gollum ones. Spectrum, at least you're getting your sleep. You're sleeping a lot. That is good because a good rest can definitely help a lot with stuff. I mean, getting too much sleep could, go the opposite direction to that too, of course, but it's good that if you've really needed the sleep, you've been able to get it. Nice emote there in Meta.
My precious. My precious.
There's no worries in Meta. I like that one. And Meta wanted to look like Gollum was sitting on the precious. He's like, this is my precious.
Mine. My own.
Hang on, have I gone back? Have I gone the wrong way? I think I might have. I think I got turned around. He looks like a little Wendigo. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. It does look like that too. Yeah, this is definitely the wrong way. I don't know how I got turned around. Keone, this is your favorite. Oh yeah. Who's that of, actually? The ring. It's interesting because in the novel, when Gollum actually gets his hand on the ring finally, he's so happy, he keeps jumping around with joy, but he's so happy that he doesn't actually notice he's near the cliff edge, essentially, so he actually falls off. But in the movie, they felt that was a bit anticlimactic, so they wanted to make it that there's more of a sort of like, I guess it didn't just seem so uneventful or so silly of a thing, really. Yeah, me too. True. You remember that when you read the book? Yeah, it's very interesting too. Like, to have a look at what they did differently. Like, you even look at Frodo, and in Hobbit years, by the time they actually set out to Rivendell, he's already reached the age of 50. Whereas in the movie, of course, it has to be so quick that he starts on the journey because they felt that it would undermine the urgency and also the power of the ring in the minds of the audience. I guess it's kind of like in a video game where you have a very, very important thing in the main story to do, but you can go off and do side missions and spend hours and hours doing other stuff. And then the whole time, the person is still just waiting there, even though it was an urgent situation like, help me, I'm about to die. So you can't have that. You got to have some kind of like thing to push things forward. Keone, Sam is your favorite character. Oh, nice. Keone, yeah. Yeah, Sam's pretty cool too. And me too, yeah, even that conversation about potatoes was a bit different in the books, but you like the additional dialogue they added in the movie. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was really done well. Like, I can understand being upset that things like Tom Bombadil weren't actually in the movie. In the spirit of urgency, but also the ring itself, having a character who can literally put the ring in their hand and throw it up in the air and catch it and play with it and then just think nothing of it. People watching the movie, if that was in, would be like, just give him the ring then. But the book has a good explanation that Gandalf gives as to why giving Tom would not be good. Because I can't remember the exact quote, but basically, if they gave the ring to Tom Bombadil, he would eventually forget about it, which would work to the ring's advantage, because then the ring could use its power to influence lesser minds that could also come into contact with it. And so the problem wouldn't be solved. But still, it makes sense not to have Tom Bombadil in the movies. Hey, Mazzy, welcome. Thank you so very much for the 7 months in a row. Thank you, Mazzy. I really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you so, so much. Love you some spooky games. Hope you and everyone in chat are doing okay. Me too as well, Mazzy. Always look forward to October for the horror games and stuff. Not that I have to only wait until October for them, but still, it's really cool to have like a whole month dedicated to horror games, and it's one of my favorite genres as well. Things are going well here, Mazzy. It's spring at the moment, but it's getting really hot some days, so it feels like summer already. But we'll be getting that next in the cycle of seasons. But doing well, we're doing a music-only playthrough for this game. I've done a few pass-throughs already. Twice from the start, but this time around I needed to restart from chapter 5 because there were some outcomes I didn't achieve last time that I was wanting to. But it's going well though. Hope things have been going well for you too. Spectrum Sam is as much of a hero as any. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about the character of Samwise Gamgee in Lord of the Rings, is he's very loyal, and he's definitely very important as well. And Meta, yeah, it's also the fact that they also want the viewer to read the books and experience things in a more complete way. That's true too, and that's the great thing. Not everyone will want to read the books who hadn't after watching the movies, but there could be some people, especially if you want to get a little bit more information and backstory for stuff that's not actually in the movie. Because a lot of the stuff, sure, there are changes that directly change how things go, but there's also a lot of stuff that just doesn't happen. So if you read the book, that kind of fills in the blanks. Spectrum, you don't understand my current game schedule. Well, that's okay, Spectrum. What was it about it that you don't understand at the moment? Mazzy, yeah, you were curious about the music only thing. This is an absolute first, and you like this. Oh, cool, Mazzy. I've lost count now with how many games I've done this with. I haven't actually been exporting all my VODs that I've ever done on the channel, so it wasn't until 2023 that I started exporting my VODs and stuff. But yeah, I've done this with a few games now, and I really like discovering new elements of the music, because sound effects and dialogue can cover up some tiny instrumentation sometimes. Spectrum, you can't tell what games are playing when. Oh, I got you, Spectrum. Yeah, so I've got the horror game schedule. But that just tells what actual horror games I'm doing and which ones I've already done. And I need to actually update that to put done next to Alien Isolation. So that's just the list of what horror games I'm actually doing this month. But for which games are on what days, the schedule command will actually tell you which games are on what days. I don't know yet what I'm replacing Wednesday and Thursday with. It all just depends on progress in Alan Wake 2. Keone Detroit, become notepad manager. Yeah, I should actually buy a literal notepad so that I don't have to put up with the prompt to subscribe to the notepad app that I've got on my phone. I mean, I should just look to see if there's any free notepad apps that don't want you to actually, sign up to get rid of the ads. Okay, so I think that was some new music we hadn't heard in this playthrough yet. Spectrum. So the part in the square brackets represents a new line. That's true, Spectrum, yeah. It's very tricky sometimes too, thinking about how to format the schedule because there was one time where I had the actual days in all caps, but the game in lowercase. But I got to a point where I thought, oh, maybe the actual game itself gets drowned out visually by the days being in all caps. So then I decided to do the thing where it's like, Friday, then semicolon. I think that's the. I can't remember. This is this is basic stuff that I've forgotten. Um, so that is just its current sort of like formatting. Um, then you got like how long things are as well. Mazzy, you've been currently playing Silent Hill F. The sound design in the game is stellar. That's really cool, Mazzy. I still haven't played that game myself, but here in Australia it's pretty expensive, even just for the base game. I think it's like 120 or $130. But at some point, though, I definitely want to play it. But that's cool that the sound design is great. That can definitely be a major thing in video games. That's one of the reasons why I like Alien Isolation. You're very curious what Directive 8020 will bring me to. It's such a shame that it's taking a while to actually come out. And unfortunately, they had some layoffs that they had to do, which is unfortunate. So I don't really know what that means for the future of Supermassive, let alone the Dark Pictures series. But I mean, hopefully things will turn around because I would love the anthology to continue. At the same time, though, I can understand if it gets to a point where they have to just stop as well. But yeah, I really like these kinds of games. I know that they're not a very sort of like it's not like every person who plays video games loves every single genre that exists, obviously, but I find that these games are pretty tricky because, and rightfully so, which is understandable. Some people are like, well, if I wanted to watch a movie, I'd just watch a movie. I wouldn't play a game that is trying to be a movie, which is fair, you know. So these types of games I'd only really recommend if you sort of like choice-based games and you don't mind just doing like QTEs and stuff. But that can be a very big obstacle too sometimes as well with games like this is the QTE factor. I mean, they're part of what makes these games sort of like so kind of like in some ways suspenseful, but also unpredictable because you might think, oh, we'll be fine, and then QTE, quick, press the button, quick. Oh, you missed it. Oh, character might die. So I think that's why they've probably decided to put a lot more scenarios where, sure, there might be some specific QTEs that if you absolutely fail one of them, you're dead. But they seem to have put in a lot of QTEs where we'll let you mess up maybe one QTE along the way. But if you mess them all up, it might be a different story. So that whole choice to actually go and follow Chris, I don't think I made that choice in any of the previous pass-throughs for this playthrough with the music only, so it was good to get that too. And that music that played afterwards, I'm pretty sure, isn't anywhere else in the game. Maybe it is, but we've covered it just in case. Alright, so I wanted to cover the variation where you get the scissors, but you don't use them. I've already done the one where you get the scissors and use them, and also one where you don't get the scissors at all. So this part, we've already got this music in a previous pass through. The choice we're going to make is to have Chris shoot himself, but the guns doesn't have real bullets in it, so he'll survive. But it'll mean that when we are running back to the lodge as Chris, if we get all the QTEs right, when we get to the door, Ashley will let him in. Whereas if you shoot her here, later on, even if you survive the QTEs, she'll just close the door on him and watch him die. Mazzy, you also have to add in that you just beat Death Stranding 2 as well. The song choices are beyond perfect, really add to the game and just good all-round completion to the story. Oh, very nice, Mazzy, that's cool. GG's on completing it. I still need to play the first game, which I do intend to do. I'm hoping next year I can actually finally get to some games that I've wanted to for a while. That's definitely one of them, the first Death Stranding. And Mazzy, that's definitely no worries at all. I don't mind. Can definitely talk about whichever games, you know, that's no worries. I just want to pause it for a second. Do we get Dr. Hill's face? No, it's just Josh's face. Dr. Hill gets really messed up in these sequences depending on what choices you make. Like, towards the end, he almost looks like a zombie. Mazzy, they're both such lengthy games though, especially if you want to do well in them. Fair warning, lol. Thanks for the heads up, Mazzy. Yeah, it might be one of those games to do a playthrough of earlier in the year. I was very curious when they first announced that first game about what it would actually be. And then when I finally saw gameplay of it, it was definitely one of those unexpected things where it's like, so this is what the approach is. But I feel like it's probably best to know, at the very least, what kind of gameplay you're in for. So then that way, there's no sort of like surprise of, it's this kind of game, is it? You know, at least that way you can go, is this kind of gameplay I'm interested in or not? And it looked interesting as well. I'm definitely up for trying out different concepts that people come up with for video games and stuff. Mazzy, no spoiler, but the second game adds so much to everything, but the payout is so worth it. Kojima hit it out of the park. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah. That's the thing about Kojima as well, is always having that kind of like desire to really create a cinematic experience. Even in like the very first Metal Gear game, in my next pass through, we're not going to shoot the squirrel as Chris early in the game next time around. So that means that Sam won't have the injury on her forehead from the bird that attacks, which then means that if we do all the right things when she's being chased by Josh, we can ultimately have Sam get through the entire encounter so I can explore an area of the game that you don't get to if she gets captured by Josh. Mazzy, you were spoiled with some aspects of the game, but actually seeing it happen and how it was presented had you crying buckets. That can be good when that happens too, as well. Because sometimes the actual journey to a certain event has things in it that if you've just seen the outcome, you don't necessarily know the full picture. So being able to actually play through the game and see those steps along the way, even if you've already seen the ultimate end, can still make it satisfying. And you're hard to be moved by stories, lol. That's the other thing too, like when a game really is able to do something like that, it's a special game as well. Because we didn't interact with the trap at all as Mike this time around, I think the choice I'm going to choose is concerned. But I need to check my notes though, because maybe I already chose that last time. Once these ads for the Notepad app that I'm trying to open, even though I already had it open. Alright, so we're in chapter 7 now. I chose concerned, then I chose curious last time. So I'll just choose curious again. Having a character like Sam not having any feet protection, it reminds me of the movie Die Hard, where the main character, John McClane, when all the shit hits the fan, he's not prepared because he was just up in his room trying to relax. But then all the shit hit the fan and he didn't have time to get dressed properly. Not even to put some slippers on. So he went into the scenario barefoot. And at some point in the story, the villains notice that he's actually got bare feet. And they've cornered him in an area with a lot of glass windows. So they shoot all the glass to make it all go on the ground. And in order to actually get out of the scenario, he has to actually run through the floor that's got glass all over it. So naturally he gets glass in his feet. So it's not one of those movies where the action character, the hero or the heroine, if it's a female character, it's not a situation where they, oh, I got bare feet, I'll just run around and have no consequences. It's something that still affects the character throughout the rest of the movie, which makes the character feel more human as well, not like a superhero, which ironically in the later movies he turned into a bit of a superhero, being able to survive things that he probably wouldn't have survived in the first movie. Although granted, there are some things that are suspension of disbelief required in the first movie, but not to the same extent. Alright, so I've already covered the music at this part. So we'll just do what we need to do. Like Emily says, it better be worth it. Paid however much money for that top. And it's like, well, if you value your own life and your survival, then I think it's worth priceless if that's going to be something that helps you survive. But the thing is, though, it's definitely something that's fitting for Emily to say as a character, because that's one of the intentions behind her character, is to be someone that, even in a situation like this, and you could look at it as a sort of like a humorous defense mechanism for just putting up with what's actually going on, you know. I like this music. It always reminds me of like a spider sort of like making their web. all of this music, I've already covered it without talking over it. There's something I want to do differently to last time. I had Emily ultimately turn back towards the flamethrower guy, but this time I want to choose the opposite, so that Emily ends up in a different area after that whole encounter. I can't remember if I've already covered it in the first pass through. And just to sort of like clarify, obviously this is a playthrough with the music only, but there's multiple passes through the game that I need to do doing different things. So we're currently on the third pass through the game, doing different stuff to what we did the first two pass-throughs. This always reminds me of demented Christmas music. This time around, we're not going to investigate Beth's head. Because I've already covered that before. already heard this music in a previous pass-through. Hey there, Sheila. Ahoy to you as well, dude. I'm doing really good. Things are going well. I restarted from Chapter 5 because there were some things that I got wrong previously that I wanted to redo and cover, but also at the same time do some things differently that I can, where I can. But going well. How's things with you? One of the things I did differently, for example, is when it comes to the elk on the cliff, I actually had Matt attack and then had to survive all the QTEs for him to climb back up. So that was something I hadn't done yet in this playthrough, so that was good to pull off. But something that I had to redo to get the outcome I wanted that I didn't last time was when Sam's being chased by the psycho, which of course is obviously Josh. And this time around, I managed to get the outcome I wanted, so that was good. Mama. Kiki. Mama. Kiki. Mama. Kiki. Mama. Kiki. Ma. Kiki. Ma. Thank you, Keone, for redeeming the Kiki Mama. Sheila, you're good. Just a bit of work left, and then it's finally the weekend. Hell yeah, dude. That's great. That's really good. Hopefully the time will go quickly for you to get to that point. And thank you, dude. It's definitely good to make progress in ways that you were hoping for. I'll still need to do another pass through, and for that I'll have to actually start from scratch. Because one of the choices that I would have to redo is like right at the start. Well, not right at the start, literally, but you know when Chris can shoot the squirrel? Well, if you choose to shoot the squirrel, Sam will get attacked by a bird, which will leave an injury on her forehead. And then later, when she's running away from Josh, depending on if you actually get to that point in the chase, she'll fall over and reopen the wound. And then, if you make it all the way through, at the final hide, the game won't give you the option to turn the flashlight off, which then lets Josh find where she is. So that's something that the first choice in that whole choice tree happens so early in the game as well. So I just had to restart from Chapter 5 because I needed to show the full extent of being chased by Josh, but also not being able to succeed at the final hide, which is what I wanted to do last time. But there's a lot of other stuff that I want to actually cover too that I need to restart the whole game from to start with. So I was just thinking earlier, potentially this playthrough could be 10 parts, which would work out nicely for the 10th anniversary. When we get the choice, this time we're actually going to hit Mike, his hand with the gun, when he aims it at Josh, even though he wasn't going to shoot Josh. The other option is to do nothing or to actually hit Josh, and I've already done those two variations. If they just wiggle around. I like how he says this. Leave me a little wiggle room, huh? Yeah, Coyote. It's so funny the way he says that wiggle around part. Shirley, you still don't get why they think it's a good idea to tie him up somewhere else. Just keep him in the lodge with you where you can watch him. Yeah, ultimately that definitely would have been the smarter approach. The only thing I could say is that they probably felt that it was better to separate him. But then again, alright, so last time we hit Josh, we did nothing before, now we disarm Mike. Plus that line too, where he's like, can we order pizza? I mean, sure, yeah. Coming right up. Okay, now to switch over to my Notepad app and also be asked by it to actually subscribe to get rid of the ads on it. I still can't get over this. I've already mentioned it a few times in the playthrough. In this stream, I mean. It's just ridiculous to me. I'm actually going to buy a physical notepad so I can just write what information I need to keep track of for this playthrough, instead of having to switch over to the Notepad app every single time I want to double check stuff. Okay, so we are in chapter 8 right now. Okay, so we have a section with Emily where she runs, do all the QTEs I need to do. Alright. Because we didn't choose to turn around and face the flamethrower guy, Emily should be put into a different spot. Sheila, Emily, how much I hate you. I hope you die again in this game. Well, Sheila, I've got some bad news for you. On this pass through, at least, she'll be surviving. Well, that's the intention. However, in the next pass through where I'm starting from scratch, I want to try and get the characters to die at different spots than they did the first pass through, just in case there's different music for different points where they die. Sheila, you know there's kind of a meat grinder she can end in. Just putting it in here, you might miss the QT for that. That's true, Sheila. Yeah, I'm aware of that outcome. I think that's the death I want to do on the next pass through with Emily, is get her to get killed on that conveyor belt. That QT that I fucked up, I didn't actually want to fuck that up on purpose, but ultimately Emily still survived that situation, which is what I wanted as the outcome. All right, now to check my notes on what I chose previously to see if I need to choose anything differently this time. Okay, oh, another thing too. The last pass through, Emily didn't actually get bitten. So I've already covered what happens if she doesn't get bitten. But now that she's gotten bitten, I've gotten that outcome before, and last time I had Mike shoot Emily, but this time we're going to have him do nothing, which changes what I need to choose as Ashley when it comes to looking in the book and reading that getting bitten by a Wendigo doesn't actually turn you into one. So that's something that happened in that sequence that didn't happen last time that I needed to have happen this time around so I can show the difference and pick up any potential difference in the music as well. So we're now at the point in the story where if Chris chose to shoot Ashley earlier, in the part coming up where Chris has to come back to the lodge after the flamethrower guy dies, if you manage to get all the QTEs, when you get to the door, Ashley will actually close it on you if you shot at Ashley earlier, meaning Chris will instantly get his head cut off because she realizes that basically he was willing to kill her. So she wants to get payback against him by just basically letting him die and trying to pass it off as if she's emotionally distraught to not be able to, do anything. But she full well wants to just see him get killed. So I've already covered that. To make sure that doesn't happen, you don't shoot Ashley, you shoot Chris, and then you make sure you get all the QTEs finished when he's being chased by the Wendigo, and then she'll actually open the door for him and let him survive. So I've already covered what happens if she doesn't let you in, but I still want to make sure that I get all the QTEs done as Chris to make sure that he survives. Because the final outcome I want for the characters in this pass through is actually survive. So something coming up that's different in this pass through is that we managed to have Matt get the flare gun without actually having him fire it off, so that when he got dragged away by the Wendigo, he remembered that he had it on him, and then we did the QTE to actually shoot the flare gun at the Wendigo. So Matt is still alive, which means that later on, because Jess is still alive, that they're going to meet. So that's something that I didn't get done in the previous two pass-throughs that I've done for this playthrough. And we're getting closer to the end of the story as well. Depending on how much time it takes me to do, all right. Just had to cough there for a second. Depending on how long it takes me to finish this pass through, I might actually start the next one today. But that would then mean ending one stream and starting another, because I want to have them separate. But if what I have left, takes too long, then I won't worry about starting the next pass through till next Friday. If that happens, if Ashley and Chris kiss, then you know that if you survive the QTEs, she'll actually open the door for Chris. But if they don't, the way that she looks at him as they go off will let you know that if you do survive the QTEs, she'll just close the door on Chris when he gets to the door, and then he'll die. Fuck you. I thought failing that don't move would mean instant death, but I didn't intend to fuck that up. What happened was I had to move Chris into position, but as soon as he got into the position, the instant that happened, the don't move started. So by the time I was about to put my controller on something flat, boom, failed. Which is ironic because the other times I've done that part, I've actually had the controller already on a flat surface and then awkwardly moved Chris into position. But I thought, oh, I won't do that this time. I'll just have him walk straight to the spot and then put it down. But it doesn't matter though, because the outcome we needed was for Chris to get it back to the lodge. But now Emily's bitten, and so they're going to notice that there's a bite, and they think at this point that if you get bitten by a Wendigo, it means you're going to turn into one. I've already shown what happens and gotten the music for shooting Emily as Mike. But for this pass through, we're going to choose the other alternative, which is to not shoot. And there's some things as Ashley that we choose as well. That I'll have to have a look at my previous VOD to work out what I actually chose as Ashley. Hey there, Vegas Glaive. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. That is indeed Coyote. Yep. That's a combo right there. And yeah, Vegas, the point of this playthrough is to not have any sound effects or dialogue. It's a music only playthrough. So yeah, your audio's not messed up or anything. How's things going? Now I need to double check what choices I chose different like before. Okay, so looking at my notes, the first pass through, I chose to shoot Emily as Mike. When the choice becomes available for Ashley to either deceive Sam or confess, I chose deceive the other time. Now I need to choose confess. Yeah, that's all good, Vegas. Yeah, I've done this kind of playthrough with quite a lot of games now over the past few years. But there's some I probably want to redo that I didn't keep the VODs for and export to YouTube as well. Actively triggering events that lead to someone's death, or passively allowing a tragedy to occur. In last year's October playthrough of this, I did a playthrough where I killed all the characters, but I also tortured them through various means by, for example, when Mike is chasing after Jess, have him go the slow route, but also fail the QTE, so he keeps hitting his head on stuff and slipping and all that kind of stuff to add a bit of slapstick humor, but also to roleplay as a master manipulator behind the scenes who was causing suffering and death to all the characters. So I guess in some ways that was me role-playing as Josh himself, although probably a little bit more aggressive and antagonistic. But that was quite fun to do as well, to frame it as like being a master of puppets. Vegas, yeah, just kill them all. Yeah, in this playthrough, I've done 2 passes already through the game, doing different outcomes, and we've had one where everyone has died, but I want to do one where they die at different points than they did before. But that'll be the next pass through once this one's finished. All right. Another chapter finished. Need to go over my notes of what I need to do differently this time around for these parts. We're now in chapter 9. So pretty much I just need to do everything the same as I did last time for chapter 9. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to do differently is make sure that the wolf doesn't get killed. One of the things that drew me to this game in the first place was the fixed camera angles that can happen. Very reminiscent of the early Resident Evil games. When I first saw gameplay of this, I was watching someone stream it on Twitch. I can't actually remember who it was now. It was back when the game came out in 15. Thankfully though, I caught the start of the stream and they were starting the game from scratch. And I watched enough to know for sure I was going to enjoy it. I watched the prologue and then after that I was like, no. I don't want to watch any more until I get to play the game myself. But then fast forward to 2020 is when I finally actually played Until Dawn. And I was definitely very, very happy with the game after having played it. I just wish I actually played it earlier than 2020 though. Because it's definitely one of those games where if I had, I definitely would have been doing a playthrough every year. I mean, I'm doing that now, but I mean to say, I would have had more years under my belt of this game if I started back in 2015. A game that I actually saw streamed first all the way through that I still enjoyed when I actually got to it myself was Outlast 1. But something else was that the person I watched didn't read the notes and stuff that they collected. So that was an extra element of the story that I was able to experience on my own. But all the other stuff that I knew, it didn't reduce my enjoyment of the game at all. I was still able to enjoy it. But there's definitely some games where it's like, no, I definitely don't want to know the ins and outs of it beforehand. Alright, so we've heard this music before, so I can talk over it. It might not seem like it, but the wolf will actually survive based on barricading the door. If you choose not to, then the wolf will actually get killed. Just need to check my notes for what I chose previously in this scenario. I think I might have chosen stuff on the left side of the screen, but maybe not. Just want to double check. So we're in chapter 9. So we chose stay with Chris. Better double check the guide before making this decision, because I want every character to survive. I don't want to make a choice here that could potentially kill Chris. Alright, here we go. Okay, so these two choices, inquire or reassure. If you choose reassure, Ashley tells Chris that the group is sticking together and Mike will just have to wait a little longer for them to catch up. If you choose inquire, Ashley will ask Chris if he will be okay. Chris assures Ashley that will be fine, and for her and the rest of the group to go on ahead. He says that he's going to take a breather. Leaving Chris behind, Ashley can return to Chris and get him to come with the group if you want to. You do get to miss a scenario where you get to play as Chris if he follows, but it's only a retread of what you'll be doing with Ashley. If you're going for character death, it is actually better to leave Chris behind. Butterfly effect, left behind. If Ashley left Chris behind, if Ashley inquires Chris, he will stay behind and you'll get this update. If Chris was left behind, Ashley will leave some arrow markings on the ground to show him where to go. Just need to read on ahead further. Okay, extra Chris scenario. You'll only get a Chris scenario next if Ashley chose to leave Chris behind at the start of her scenario. If Chris came with Ashley, skip to the Sam scenario. Alright, so if Chris was left behind, you'll get to control him now. Here, banging on the door. Chris has a bit of a limp. Once again, you'll get the same choices for Chris as you did for Ashley. The same rules still apply here. Oh yes, so this is a different variation. So if you decide to leave Chris behind, you'll eventually also have the potential to either choose to investigate the sound, well, the voice, or you can just rejoin the group. So that's probably a good point to kill Chris in the next pass through. So what I'll do is I'll actually choose inquire as Ashley this time, so that we can do that scenario as Chris, but actually don't get killed. Chris was safe. Character death. Chris is worth noting in a variety of deaths, and Chris in this area actually is already open trapdoor. Sorry, that's just me to understand that gibberish. And then the rest of the chapter plays out fine. All right, I'll catch up on chat. Just waiting for the Twitch app to reload everything. Spectrum, you had to finally turn on the heat last night. Oh, you did? Yeah. That's definitely fair too, if needed. A hot mocha for today. Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy it, Spectrum. Do you keep a notebook on each of your games? I actually have. I don't have access to it at the moment, but usually when I was using my laptop, I had a document that had every single thing related to all my streams, information, and all that kind of stuff as well. Because I don't have access to that now, I have to use an app on the phone. But the stupid thing is about the notepad is that it has ads on it. So tomorrow, I'm just going to get an actual notepad and a pen and use that because that'll be quicker, obviously, and I don't have to keep on switching between apps on the phone because it can't remember for too long what you left things at on one app when you switch from one to the other, which is very annoying. So that'll be good to eliminate that. Um, so I'll probably just revert to using that temporarily. Okay, so the choice we're going to choose is Inquire because I haven't actually had Chris explore the tunnels where the voice can be heard. If you investigate the voice straight away, it won't kill you, but if you continue to do what you need to do to die, then it will. I just had a thought. In the original The Evil Dead, I think it's the original, there's a part where the camera is over the head of the characters and it's showing you the beams of the roof. It's obviously supposed to be a shot that's impossible, but it's done for dramatic effect. But every time a beam passes, I'll try and do my impression of what kind of sound happens every time it happens. So as we pass through this part and overhead we got the camera through the pipes, as we cross each part where there's like a horizontal part of the pipe system, I'll try to do the impression of the sound. Womp, 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 womp. It's that kind of sound. I just thought of that now. It's a classic Sam Raimi kind of camera setup. Yeah, Keone. Haven't seen that one for a very long time. Alright, so we've heard this music without me talking over it in previous passes through. So that part with Chris, the music might have been the same as it was with Ashley, but just in case it wasn't, I wanted to actually cover it. In the next pass through, I think what I might do is have Ashley die at that point when she investigates the voice, and then have Chris actually follow and die too. That might be the different point where I'll have them die, compared to the first pass through where I had them die at other points. Well, I had Ashley die because she investigated the voice to cover any music that happens during that part. These sections here, if you fail the QTE for it, you just have to keep on reattempting. There's no, oh, you failed the QTE? Sorry, Sam can't go this way now and there's an alternate way. The game will let you keep on trying and failing as long as you need until you succeed. For the rest of Chapter 9 now, or it might actually switch to Matt and Jessica, actually, because both of them are still alive at this point. Actually, no, that might be in... Yeah, that looks like it's in Chapter 10, the final chapter. In this, we just climb up as Sam. Eventually, we'll come across Mike being attacked by a Wendigo. And then that'll be the end of that chapter. So Chapter 10 is where we'll have Matt and Jessica alive. And, pardon me, the outcome I want to get, of course, is for them to survive. But in the next pass through, I'll probably have them both die at that particular point. But that's the thing, though, too. There's multiple different points at which certain characters can die. And I don't know if each individual death has its own music, or if the death of each character just has the same music for that character, no matter which point they die at. Actually, no, because I wanted Matt in the next pass through to actually die after attacking the elk. Anyway, I'll worry about that later. Hey there, Dr. Darling, welcome back. Just a short break. That's good, though. I hope you enjoy your break. Welcome back. I will not hurt or harm you. Just give me back the board, Ben. It was a good board, and I like it. You know how hard it is to find a board you like. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Is it, Dr. Darling? That's from Apocalypse Now. Oh, that's interesting. I've already covered this music. This is another really great atmospheric piece that I think I could listen to on loop for a while. Previously, on Until Dawn. Quick, we gotta get out of here. We're gonna die. Oh no, look, I got a flare. Batter up. Alright, so we're in chapter 10 now. I was saying earlier about how at this point you can make Dr. Hill look like a zombie almost. Almost reminds me a bit of Freddy Krueger. Hello, Bombo. Welcome. How's things? That's right, Bombo. Yep, that's on purpose. This is a music-only playthrough, so I've turned the sound effects and dialogue off to pay tribute to Jason Graves' music for it. Yeah, some of it I will talk over, but others I might not. It just depends, because when I make different choices to previous, I just want to make sure that if there is changes in the music, that I'm getting them without talking over them. But this one we've gotten the music for. And then there's some points where there's just no music at all anyway. But we're in chapter 10, and I've got at least one more pass through I need to do, or want to do. But there could also be another one after that. I don't know yet. I'll just have to more carefully plot out the next pass through, because there might be some things that might cancel out stuff that I'm trying to achieve that you have to decide early on in the story. For example, the character of Sam with the headlamp. At the start of the game, the other character, Chris, gets the option to shoot a squirrel or not. If you don't shoot the squirrel, then nothing else happens as a result of that. But if you do, then Sam will actually get attacked by a bird, and there'll be a scratch on her forehead. Then later in chapter 5, when she gets out of the bath, when she gets chased by the psycho, she'll actually reopen the wound, which prevents you, during the chase, when she's hiding, to actually turn off the flashlight. And then, of course, she gets captured then. However, if you don't shoot the squirrel as Chris in chapter 1, then when you get to that point as Sam later on, as long as you do the QTEs right, you can actually get away from the psycho and not be captured. So that's just an example of some of the things that early on can actually affect things later. You never seen this one, Bombo? Cool. Yeah, there's a remake now, but because Sony owns the rights to Until Dawn, it means that they can decide who works on it. So Supermassive, who worked on this original, had nothing to do with the remake. Plus, they also got rid of all the music by Jason Graves and replaced it by another composer. But yeah, this is the original Until Dawn by Supermassive. For the remake, Sony got Blue Moon Studios to do it. I'll play that eventually, but I wanted this year on the channel to be dedicated just to the original. I've also done this style of playthrough with a few of the Assassin's Creed games as well. There's some games though where, unfortunately, there's no way to isolate the music from the sound effects and the dialogue. Like Outlast, for example, all the different audio is tied to the one volume slide. I mean, maybe if you have the PC version, you might be able to mod it and isolate the music from the sound effects and dialogue. But I don't know though. But even then, there's no guarantee that isolating just the music will cover every single instance of music and have no sound effects or dialogue. Sometimes some sound effects and dialogue are actually tied to the music track. Like you might have dialogue that's just background chatter, but that might be assigned to the sound effects volume, not the dialogue volume. The dialogue volume might just be for the main characters when they're talking. Then you get some sequences in some games where if you have just the music volume on, ironically, there's no music. Like in Tomb Raider 2013, there's some parts where, especially when you're climbing the radio tower, where if you have the music only track on, you don't hear the great music in the cutscene when Lara actually reaches the top and manages to get a hold of someone. But what do they have to do? Basically, they're trying to make their way back to the lodge. There's like a series of mines and caverns that are running underneath the whole area. But overall, they're actually trapped up on a mountain as well. And there's a storm, and a rescue can't come until dawn, basically. In that shot there with the cage, if a certain character has also died before this point, their head will be in there. If you don't investigate the stuff that tells Sam that information she just told Josh, then when Josh gets attacked by his sister, who's become a Wendigo, he'll actually notice her tattoo and recognize who it is. Otherwise, he won't recognize who it is. I've also covered any music in this part before. This is also a really good piece of music as well. The Wendigo has now Wendigone. Dr. Nelling, when do we go? Where is we going? Why? How to go? Where to go? When to go? Why to go? If you want Matt to actually survive, at least up until this point, one of the things you need to make sure you do is when Emily says that they need to go to the radio tower, disagree, because if you disagree, and then as Emily you get the flare gun, give the flare gun to Matt, and because he disagreed, it means that when he gets the flare gun, he won't fire it off straight away. And then when Emily is hanging and almost dying, choose the option twice of trying to save Emily, and Matt will fall down into an area, and then when you move to a certain spot, he'll get grabbed by the Wendigo. But as he's being dragged along, he'll remember that he was given the flare gun, and so you'll get the option to shoot the Wendigo with the flare gun. And then if you manage that, then Matt will still be alive by this point. However, if you agree with Emily to go to the radio tower, and then you have Emily give the flare gun to him, he'll actually fire it straight away. And then that means he has got nothing to defend himself with from the Wendigo. But I guess the main and most important thing you need to make sure you do is ensure all the survivors are sent to the Shadow Realm permanently. In this pass through, all the characters are going to survive. Hopefully, I mean that's the outcome. But that's the outcome I want. But it was fun to do a playthrough last year in October where I purposely made everyone die and also failed the QTEs to make them hit their heads and all that kind of stuff. Put them through a real sort of like, a real tough time. Vegas, we're just saying, yeah. So this next part coming up, in the previous pass-throughs, I haven't had this happen, so there may be some different music. Especially too because we're having Matt and Jess meet each other at this point. If you've managed to make sure that Jess survives, then her and Matt will actually meet up here in this part of the game. Okay, so Matt and Jess have survived. It's a pretty dick move for him to just abandon her at that point, but it's a choice you can make, and potentially I'll be making that in another pass-through. Vegas, okay, you know you have said it before, but this game truly does describe your last marriage. Oh, does it, Vegas? Okay, so I've covered this music without talking over it and getting all the QTEs, but I've also covered it failing at multiple points in the climb for different variations as well. Vegas, yeah, it was amazing. Extreme, oh dear, you don't do the Arnie. Vegas is online. Uh-huh. Thank you, Vegas, for redeeming an Arnie movie scene impression. Alright, so I've got one. So why don't you use the regular army? What do you need us for? 'Cause some damn fool accused you of being the best. Dylan, you son of a bitch. What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils? Huh? Had enough? Make it easy on yourself, Dutch. Okay. You never did know when to quit, huh? Damn good to see you, Dutch. What is this fucking tie business? Oh, come on. Forget about my tie, man. That, of course, is from the first Predator movie. Extreme, she's wearing cold clothes. That's true in that climate, for sure. Absolutely. Be bloody freezing. Just need to double check some stuff for the rest of chapter 10. I mean, I know I need to have everyone survive for this pass through, but just want to double check there's nothing I haven't looked at. Alright. Yeah, so this is just the all scenario with the multiple hides and don't moves. Every time there's an opportunity to save or hide, well, I've got to save Mike in the first instance, and then hide in the last two when it gives an option. All right, and there we go. Another pass through done. Another one coming up soon. Extreme Ring Now. A nice looking game. Yeah, 2015 was when this original one came out. Vegas, he's hot. He's on fire. Almost literally there. But that can actually happen. Characters can die from the explosion in there. Hey there, Crooked. Those poor creatures, I know, right? The Wendigo are peaceful creatures. They just want to hug you. It's not their fault that their version of hugging is ripping your head off, but I mean, you know, at least it's the thought that counts, isn't it? How's it going, Senny? Welcome on in. Thank you for the GGs in Meta and Vegas as well. Thank you very, very much. Extreme, you didn't know they had a new Alien Rogue incursion evolved. Licks on what you play yesterday. Oh, like on what I played yesterday, yeah, Alien Isolation. Yeah, I haven't actually looked at that game, Alien Rogue Incursion, too much. Absolutely, Dr. Darling, I love that song. It's a shame the remake doesn't have it. Oh, death. Thank you, Not Fry and Extreme, for the GGs. Thank you very much. Hello there, Lone. Welcome on in. How's things going? For this pass-through, we started at Chapter 5. There were some things that I wanted to redo because I didn't get the outcome the previous time. But there was also some new stuff I wanted to cover as well. But there's still more to cover, so I need another pass-through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this stream, and then I'm going to take a short break and then start another stream so that the pass-throughs are actually separated. It's still the same music-only playthrough overall, but I've got multiple passes that I'm doing. But for the next pass, we have to start all the way back at the start of the game because there's a lot of choices that need to be done differently that you can't just redo by being like, hey, let's just edit what happened. You have to actually play through the game all the way from the start. These episodes here, it'll let you choose, but only if you finish the game. It doesn't remember if you finished the game previously. So if you finish the game and then you started a new playthrough from chapter 2, well, chapter 3, 4, 5, up until 10 is going to be deleted because the game is like, okay, you're going back to an earlier chapter, so the future from that point hasn't actually been set yet. So it locks you into whatever choices you had made in the earlier episodes up until which one you decide to replay. But let's say you've already played through the game before and you decide to start a new story from scratch. Well, you won't be able to actually choose your episodes until you actually finish the game again. Extreme, it's now 24,000 euro, you think? Oh, is it? Yeah. Going good, Lone? Just woke up, time to grab some coffee? Oh, very nice. That's awesome. Hope you enjoy the coffee. Vegas forgot to tell me that the Terminator game is currently on sale for $13.49. You think it just went on sale yesterday? Oh, well, thanks for the heads up on that, Vegas. That's cool. That's a good price for it, actually. Oh, it won't be that quick, Extreme. But it also won't be a long break either, because it's almost 9:30, and I want to do at least a 3-hour stream, I think, for the next pass through. Just to keep it separate so people watching the VOD don't have to wonder where at which point the actual next pass through begins and where it ends and all that kind of stuff. Alrighty then, so I will be back in a few minutes with more Until Dawn to start the game again from scratch, but making different choices.